Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. How's it going? Hello, Nico Jazz. Hello, Cardinal. Hello, Dark Mex. Hello, Roscoe Marmot. Hello, Sneakernets. Hello, Abelrassi. Hello, Zerodyne. Hello, Timeslip. Hello, Another Gnomon. Hello, Alchemical. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Well, I hope you get some rest, Sneakernets. Hello, Steely Pat. Good, good. Glad you are doing good. Here I am. Hello, it's me. I fixed my camera before I started this time. I don't know what my hair's doing. Whatever. Fine. This is good. Oh, my camera's cropped already. Forgot to undo that. Good afternoon, Al Pennington. How are you? Oh yeah, I use that every day. I use it every day. Because it is my water bottle that I take on a walk with me around the neighborhood. I get like, here's doing something weird. Anyway, I do like an 8-mile walk. I've talked about it before. Anyway. That's good. That's fine. It's good. It's good. It makes me lose a lot of weight. I'm almost below 200 now. By almost below, I mean above. However, we're gonna play Kingsfield 2 today. Which is cool because you can say Kingsfield 2 and people are like, but Kingsfield 2 is blah, 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 and you can ignore them. We have what looks like a pretty high resolution diff of the manual. Let's see. How are we looking? Yeah, look at that. That's a good time. Nope, and I don't know who that is, Board Ben Kenobi. Hopefully that is a flattering comparison. Anyway, here we go. It's Kingsfield 2. Kingsfield 2. That's good. That's good. Thank you, then. I'm still trying to figure out what's going on with my hair. It's fine. Kingsfield 2. This is a video game. As far as you can tell from the American version of it, it's made by ASCII Entertainment. To say, master the game, know all the secrets, become a demigod. The official strategy, the only way to win. The only way to win. $13 plus $2 for shipping and handling. $15. The 900 line 900 line is $1 per minute, basically. All right, Kingsfield 2. Let's. What do we need to do here? What do we need to do here? I'm looking for something. we're gonna stop this music. We're gonna put on this music. Turn it way down. There we go, right? That's low, right? Need to make sure this is on monitor only and not some weird shit. Yeah, cool. A Crumbs Mountain, that's a good name. I have played this game only for about 5 minutes ever. I played the first one. I didn't do well at the first one back in the day, but there we go. Very flock of seagulls look. I didn't do super well at the first one back in the day. I like got an okay little bit into it, but then I was like, I didn't know what to do in a lot of shit, so I didn't really like get anywhere. Hello, Sane Dream. I don't know what you're talking about. This is Kingsfield 2. Kingsfield 2. Also known as Magical Hat Butobi no Turbo in Japan. Kingsfield Mystic Quest. I know, it would be cool if there was like a password in the guide that you can't... Yeah, like, there's a password in the guide that you need at some point in the game. My muscles are all sore today. So you beat the final boss and it's like, enter password from the strategy guide. Anyway. Prince Oslin Lyle. Wait, hold on. There's one other thing I gotta show off. Where is it? Reusable image. Where are you? The back of the box. I'm going to show off the back of the box. Hey, I need to... That's not me. Also not me. Also not me. That's me. Hello, here I am. I forgot about that. I forgot about that word replacement. Hello, Mark. Okay, Prince... Wait, no, that's not what we're reading. We're reading this. Reading this image.
Fade attacked, apparently ordered to end Keela's life.
Kingsfield 2, the hour of... Hold on, this one looks like shit. Does the other one look like shit? What do you do when someone's mean to you? Sneakernet, thank you for the 25 foods. What do you do when someone's mean to you? I mean, I guess it depends on context, right? Is it a stranger? Is it a family member? Is it a member of chat? Oh, I need to... If we're talking generally, like... If we're talking generally, then it's like point out that their behavior is unacceptable, right? And that they're making you feel bad. And then depending on how they respond, violence or more violence. It's like that switch at where was that switch? Was it at MIT? No, I think it was at Stanford. No, MIT AI Lab, PDP-10. Yeah, 2 positions. Violence and more violence. Anyway, Kingsfield 2, the hour of destiny is at hand. Let's zoom this in so I can actually read it. Hello, Cocaine Moon. Your kingdom is once again, my kingdom, is once again under attack by the ruthless minions of evil. This time, they have possessed King Alfred himself as the king's son, Prince Lyle. You must bring forth the tide of change that will affect the universe from now until the end of time. The fate of the world is in your hands. Re-enter the realm of Kingsfield for the most explosive debut on the PlayStation yet. ASCII Entertainment went all out to provide a fully non-linear 3-dimensional world that even blows away the original. The intense action and powerful storyline will keep you riveted for months. Omega, a virtual wonderland of sights and CD quality sounds, with an explosion of fearsome enemies, improved magic, and higher character definition. I don't know what symbol that is. A larger, more realistic world, fully rendered in beautiful 3D polygon graphics with texture mapping, and a richer, deeper, and more intricate storyline that unfolds through your quest. Delta, full-color adventure guide and poster to equip you on your solitary journey. Wait, what? Full-color adventure guide and poster? I didn't find scans of those. Unless they're talking about the manual, which is the next thing on the list. Okay. Here we go. Prince Oslin Lyle Forrester. In the manuscript enclosed, I have set forth with great effort to provide you with any resources that may be of importance to your impending quest. I know not what may come about after I have gone, and I am sorrowful that I will be unable to speak with you again in the human form. Unfortunately, since you have now taken up this letter and set your eyes upon it, the prophecy has called into necessity that you go forth into Verdite to reclaim your birthright as prince. The situation has deteriorated as I had foreseen. By this time in your life, my most trusted friend, Leon, must have unfolded the woeful tale of what had happened to the man who was once your father. Leon swore on his soul that he would watch over you should anything ever happen to your father or to me. I do not envy you for the quest you must embark upon, Lyle, but I will be watching your progress, and by my word? Halidum? I've never seen this word before in my entire life. By my halidum, I will be there for you when the hour is at hand. Be of strong mind and courageous heart, young prince, for you carry the last blood of the Hauser line. It is up to you to bring about peace. I was a companion to your father in the years of his training as a knight. I know of the hidden well of power inherent in your bloodline. When the time of your destiny approaches, you must find the strength to persevere. In death as in life, ever your friend, Prince Alexander Thornton Reginus of Granatiki. Contained herein that which is necessary for your quest. Kingsfield 2. Hold on a second, Sneakernets. Hold on a second. I'm an ordained minister. Does that mean I'm a holy dom? No, I think she's working right now. Getting underway, controlling your destiny. That's fucking good. That is good. I'm gonna send that to my writer for Pogor. Controlling your destiny, how it all began, and now your quest begins! Recording your progress, understanding your quest, using and equipping items, gathering information and items, that which is necessary for your quest. Buying and selling, fighting, experience and conditions, status menu, the secrets to magic, wisdom and power. Advice, giving credit where it is due. Getting underway. Controlling your destiny. Before you depart... Oh, wait. I gotta see if they, like... Getting underway. In preparation for your quest, young prince, you must start by seeking out a PlayStation game console. The PlayStation's blah, 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 blah. This is all... Doesn't really have any flavor. That first line is good, though. Or you depart to face your destiny and ultimately take the fate of the world into your hands. Take a few moments to study the arts of motion and control. You know what? This might be better if I put this over here. Yeah, this reads better. Motion and control handed down by our forefathers. Through proper training, a truly great knight and warrior will know intuitively what actions to take once the need arises. Move forward and backward, turn, run, attack with weapons, attack with magic, close open doors, left and right, up and down, use item, pause the game. How it all began. By the way, this sucks. This is awful to read. I need to make this like slightly larger. Okay. As you have now come of age, it is time that you know of the chivalrous history of Verdite and Valencia. It could be assumed that by this point in your life, young prince, that Leon has already filled your head with the glorious days of yore. However, I've asked him to write it in this letter as well before passing it into your hands. That which is written in by Leon's hand will remain as the written history, even should something... 'Tis of no consequence. Suffice it to say that it is necessary that it be written. You see, Lyle, at the dawn of the holy wars, a hero rose from the midst of the terror and destruction. With the power of the moonlight sword and a soul as pure as light itself, your father, John Alfred Forrester, single-handedly turned the tide of the war in the favor of the kingdom of Verdite. Not since the disappearance of the Dragon Knights had the ancient evil been vanquished on the battlefield. Yes, that is the type of man your father was, young prince. Please honor his spirit by remembering him this way. Your Highness, Prince Austin Lyle Forrester, His Highness Prince Alexander Thornton Reginus of Granatiki, bid of me to write our history below for the posterity of our kingdom. Our story is written here. When thousands of years ago, Valad took the form of the two dragons, it was to unite the world of Valencia. But even as the two were formed, Seath... I can't read these. I can't read these with this background. Seath from the light and Gyra from the darkness. The epic battle for control over this world began. Valad was powerless to change that which he had wrought. He could do nothing but await the day when the destiny of light would bear a hero to destroy the two dragons. For to create is divine providence, but to undo creation is forbidden even to the gods. At first, the Dragon Knights were chosen by the kings of Valencia for their skill as knights, as well as their control over the elements of magic. No one knew from whence they had come, but for a time these mighty warriors on the backs of their great golden dragons were enough to fend off the attacks of the demons summoned by the opposing wills of the dragon demigods. It had seemed that the world could have peace thanks to these mysterious and godlike warriors. Until one day, as mysterious as they had risen, the Dragon Knights soon took to the backs of their golden dragons and left the world of Valencia. At the turn of the millennia, magic was at last born native to Valencia, a gift from Valad. As the magic began to arise in the lands of Verdite, Granatiki, and the Arctic regions of the north, a small line was born in the kingdom of Verdite, bearing the sign of the Chosen One. Valad had at last witnessed the birth he had waited for nearly 3,000 years. To Hauser Forrester was born a son with the power of light, John Alfred Forrester. Oh my god, this continues. I'm gonna need to, we need this way bigger. I think this will work. We just need it to be there we go. And then I need to be where's me? Here, me. Here we go. Now I'm over here. That red line in the middle. John grew to be a skilled warrior under the tutelage of his father, who was employed as the king's swordmaster and head of the garrison in Verdite. John was developed into an impressive knight before Hauser's disappearance. John Alfred's father had left Verdite for Melanat Island to slay the evil which had plagued the land, but he had not returned. One night, after his father's disappearance, John had a dream. In it, he received a vision of a royal cemetery on Melanat. He then awoke to the sound of a distant voice beckoning him. Following the voice, John crossed the channel separating Verdite from Melanat, where the voice led him deep into the woods of the island and brought him to stop at the ancient royal cemetery of King Harvine, unused for thousands of years. John Alfred ventured deep into the catacombs which had remained unused since the time of the Dragon Knights. Urged onward by the sweet beckoning voice, he made his way through the final resting place to Valesia's greatest knights, asleep here, undisturbed over 2,000 years. When he finally stopped, John Alfred had descended deeper into the heart of Melanat Island than even the evil of the island could reach. The caverns here were lit by a strange luminous glow which gave a sense of warmth and tranquility like none John had ever experienced. He continued downward through the catacombs until something ahead forced him to a standstill. In amazement, John Alfred looked upon a set of great doors, easily 100 feet in height. Laden in gold and precious gems, the doors lay sealed, untouched for eons. Hey, Kriya. At what seemed to be the center of the world of Valesia. From his own mouth, an alien voice beckoned the doors to open as John Alfred stood dumbfounded. With the creak of heavy oak on hinges unused since the beginning of... Hold on a second. Unused since the beginning of time, the great doors began to move, opening at the command of John Alfred Forrester. Through the doors, a pure, powerful blue light shone at the source of the beckoning voice which had called him here. Venturing into the most splendid hall he had ever seen, John Alfred fell to his knees in awe. Before him lay a room carved from the very dream of the gods. Gold outlined patterns of historic battles on the crystal walls, where gigantic rubies held the evil gaze of the arch nemesis of creation, and diamonds the size of a mountain, top, took the leveled gaze of Silval, the father of the gods. Gems, gold, and silver lay at his feet as John staggered back up from his quivering knees. I'm doing okay. Looking directly into the light, his thoughts were met by a powerful voice. For eons, John Forrester, I have waited for the birth of one who could set the destiny of light over that of darkness, thus fulfilling one prophecy by defeating another. You will carry my sword against that which has wrought evil on this land since the dawn of time. Brightly does the light shine within your heart. Take with you a weapon which shines of light as brightly as do you, John Forrester. I grant you my moonlight sword. As the blue light faded out of the room, another light, as white as platinum and as bright as the very sun, again felled John Alfred to his knees. Slowly, the intensity of the light died down, and before him lay a mighty sword, the holy sword of light granted by Valad himself, the moonlight sword. Consumed by the fire of the holy sword of light, John Alfred slew the evil that was infesting the land and rose triumphant over the flames and acrid stench of burnt flesh on the historic battlefield of the Holy War. In a single, unanimous voice, the people of Verdite hailed John Forrester as their next king, protector of all the land. All was at peace for a time in Verdite. Prosperity rose from the ashes of the Holy War, and Verdite soon became the greatest of the three kingdoms of Valesia. Paradise continued for 10 years before the dark destiny of evil reared its head once again. On the king's 35th birthday, the Moonlight Sword was stolen from the palace over the throne of Alfred, the King of Light. Hello, Discordia. At the request of his lifelong friend, Prince Alexander Thornton Reginus of Granatiki, Alfred did not leave his kingdom to retrieve the Holy Sword. Hello, Aaron. He instead allowed Alex to venture to Melanat Island himself to take back the sword for his friend and sister kingdom. Someone mentioned earlier, where was it? It was in the intro letter. I had never seen this word before, Halidom.
Let's do it!
I had never seen the word Halidom before, and Sneakernets mentioned that it was descended from the word holydom. And I was like, hey, wait, I'm an ordained minister, and, Does that mean I'm a holy dom? Where were we? Friend and Sister Kingdom. Discordia, thank you for 6-7 months. Thank you for 6-7 months. Very much appreciated. And with Prime, too. That takes dedication. The density of meme numbers is pretty high. You're right at the beginning of it. You get 67, 69, and then 70 all at once. With only the break of 68 in there. Alexander had been a friend of King John Alfred Forrester I since before the time of his father, Hauser Forrester's disappearance. In their childhood, Alex had shown great promise as an apprentice mage, as well as showing great skill with a sword. Now, as prince to the throne of Verdite's sister kingdom, Granatiki, King Alfred. Did I miss something? Thank you for the 306 bits, Akabidi. We got a hype train.
Choo choo choo.
Choo thrilled in Kingsfield, how tall began Kingsfield, how began Kingsfield, how tall began Kingsfield, how blood, how began Kingsfield, tall began Kingsfield, how tall began Kingsfield, how began Kingsfield, how tall began Kingsfield, you go, began to you, that's again Kingsfield, cheer through 6 Kings Kintown, cheer 6 Kingsfield, all the Yankees.
We got a hype train.
I can't stop eating!
Extra food on the hype train. Did he say big Yankees at the end? 50% hype train. King Alfred was obliged by tradition to accept the offer. Thank you for the 1 bit.
Choo 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 choo.
Oh, Discordia, can you fire a food right now? I want to test something. It's kind of hard to test. Aaron, thank you for the 55 stream streak.
I can't stop eating!
Okay, good. It's fixed. Hello, Rubicon. Thank you. King Alfred was obliged by tradition to accept the offer of his friend to take his place in the search for the Holy Sword. A prince, it is said, must become a king in his heart before it is his time to rule. Such a quest would have proven Alex worthy of his father kingdoms. And so it did! Has it taken you this long to notice, Discordia?
Fire!
Try hitting the food button a few more times.
Credits! Dororo punch! Picture.
Discordia specifically. It's been that way. It's been that way since like November, I think. It's also the 20-bit thing.
サブスクライバー
Credit me for good ideas.
I'll just blame BNU. It said somebody subscribed, but like it didn't progress the hype train or display an alert or anything. That's cool. Ooh, was it? I can look. One of these. Do I have it open? I thought I had the activity log open. Freegath. Freegath, I don't know why your sub didn't, like, do a thing. But thank you. 1 minute left on the hype train. Where were we? Returning victorious from Melanat Island with both the Holy Sword of Light and the Sword of Dark Crystal. Sneakernets, thank you for gifting a sub to Board Ben Kenobi. We're up to 81%, 30 seconds left.
Top 10 discontinued fast food items. 1. The Bell Beefer 2, MCDLT 3, the McDouble 4, the Happy Meal 5, the Grinch 6, McFlurry. The bottom 10 fast food items. 10. Slim
Esports
Jim's
Star
9,
Losers, thank
Pork
you,
Slices
71
2,
bits.
Chicken Sandwich 7, Deep Fried
Plumbing
Chicken
all
Strip
over the
6,
place.
Hamburger Buns 5, McSpices
Finally.
4, Bacon Wrapped Chicken Thighs 3, Fries 2,
Thanks for the
Barbecue
food.
Buns 1, Hamburgers 2, Big Macs. Notes: the average McDonald's shop has 1.6 employees, and
86%.
at McDonald's sells
We missed
around
it this
27
time,
billion
but
pieces
we'll
of
get it
chicken per
next
year.
time.
McDonald's chicken
2
McFlurry
subs,
is typically sold for 200
378
cents.
bits.
This means the famous burger comes out to 5 cents. McDonald's fries come in 31-pack 16-inch long sleeves with fries costing 4C each. The items consumed by individuals at McDonald's are low at McDonald's. Top 10 fast food inventory with the largest turnover. Percent change from June 2012 through June 2013. Item slash.
Wet kebab! With the ice cube! Why were there... why were there ice cubes? In the kebab, cold, wet kebab. Incredible. What am I looking for? Oh, right. I wanted to see what the fuck it was talking about. It said something really weird. Okay. The famous burger... McDonald's fries come in a 31-pack, 16-inch long sleeves with fries costing 4 cents each. A 31-pack of fries for... Would it say 5 cents each? A 31-pack of fries and a 16-inch long sleeve for like... For $2 almost, or something like that. $1.50. All right. This comes back on. We're back to this music. Okay. Let's see. Alexander placed the two swords in the castle tower in Verdite and sealed it with a powerful spell of light. Verdite rejoiced the much celebrated return of Alexander and held festivals in his honor. Peace returned for another 5 years in Verdite. Then all hell's wrath broke loose on the peaceful kingdom. It's been 15 years and all hell's wrath is breaking loose. It had been 5 years to the day since Alex had come back from Melanat with the Moonlight Sword. The annual celebration festivals were taking place in Verdite, giving the entire kingdom an air of high spirits. The sense of security and peace present that day could only have been born of a kingdom sure of its own strength. Their arrogance was about to be challenged. A cry came down from the hills. A thick, menacing cloud descended on the mighty kingdom, casting darkness over all the lands of Verdite. The festivals yielded to Mother Nature. They would continue another day, or so the villagers thought. As the storm raged on, lightning struck the castle tower, and King Alfred fell ill. Upon the 4th day of the raging storm, the rain subsided, and the thunder stopped roaring overhead. but still the cloud remained as a blanket of darkness over all of Verdite. As the king's health continued to deteriorate, he locked himself in his bedchambers. Sounds of struggle could be heard on the other side of the strong doors, and when eventually the king ventured back out, he seemed somehow different. For over a month, the king had been ill, but when he emerged from his chambers, he seemed physically restored. The man behind the proud frame of the king, however, seemed alien. Soon, the demons began to return to the land of Verdite, pillaging villages, seizing women and children, and besieging entire towns with a ruthless bloodlust that seemed insatiable. Not only did Alfred do nothing to stop the mad influx of barbaric slaughter, but it... Whoop, go over here. It seemed that he actually welcomed it like a long-lost brother. With each assault and attack, the king seemed more and more pleased. When Alexander heard of the new plight which had stricken his friend and Verdite, he returned once again to render his assistance. What he received upon his arrival was a stare as cold as ice and as penetrating as the purest darkness. This dark, menacing creature that stood before him was certainly no longer the Holy King of Light. In vain, Alexander tried various forms of magics, exorcisms, and holy rites, all to no avail. In desperation, it's awful. Like, even on like a physical document, this would be so hard to read. I'm struggling. I'm trying my best, chat. That's why it's so huge, and I'm tiny over here. Most other things I can read in like a much smaller thing. But hey, they made a choice. I'm glad the scan is this high resolution, though. Thank goodness. In desperation, Alex finally ventured to the long staircase leading to the castle tower. His only hope was that with the power of the Moonlight Sword, he could restore Alfred to his right mind and bring back the holy icon and king that could unite the kingdom against the insidious minions of infectious evil. Alex slowly ascended the stairs toward the tower, but with each step, he felt more uneasy. When he finally reached the top, he understood his feelings of impending doom. As he ventured into the remains of the castle tower, the vile stench of evil permeated the room. What he found next felled him to his knees. Yet again! Third time, third knees for Alex. Or no, wait, the other guy was John? There's a lot of knee falling here. The Dark Slayer had vanished, and the Moonlight Sword, the Holy Sword of Light, lay shattered on the tower floor. Alex wept as he realized what he must do. In preparation for his meeting with Destiny, Alex bestowed upon the king 4 royal aids, the 4 principles of power that would be the key for the coming into power of the next chosen one, granting the powers of fire to Garnabus, the powers of wind to Kalmathar, the powers of water to Zul Arifin, and the powers of earth to the Archmage of Earth, Shudam. Alex purified his own powers of light and took up the broken hilt of the Moonlight Sword. Joining its last remaining powers with his own, Alexander directed his will at the proud walls of Verdite Castle. Slowly, the walls began to shimmer with the brilliance of light. Alex lamented the loss of those who would be trapped inside, but alas, he had no choice but to seal the entire castle before the fallen Holy King could seal the evil fate of his now bedamned kingdom. As the seal of light covering the entire castle grew brighter and more intense, Alex's own power grew steadily weaker. Throwing his entire will against the castle walls, the seal took form as a brilliant, powerful dome. Alex fell to the ground, exhausted. With no energy left, he could not even rise from the earth. With his last thought, Alex sent you a message, Lyle. As the king's son, you were to be the chosen one. Do you remember his words, young prince? Lyle, in the days ahead, you must go stronger than you have ever thought you could. You must receive the power from the Four in order to break my seal. You will face your father and take your land back for the kingdom of Verdite. I will be with you when the hour is at hand. You must take up the holy sword of your father and win back the kingdom. Lyle, the fate of the future lies in your hands. With these words sent to you, Alex gave up his soul. For 10 years, Lyle, You've carried the heavy burden on your shoulders of being prince of this damned kingdom. Now that you are old enough to understand the message that has been etched in your mind forever, it is time for you to finally face your destiny. And now your quest begins. Such is your legacy, Prince Austin Lyle Forrester. It is now for you to finally embark upon your quest. Hence it is written that all you will need to know... Hence is written all you will need to know about how to get started. Starting fresh. Start. Continuing onward. If you've already gotten started, I must commend you on your tenacity, young prince. Once you have recorded your progress at any of the save crystals throughout Verdite, you may continue your quest from your last save spot at any time you wish. I commend your tenacity! In reading this font. Okay, that's all boring stuff, how to do a thing. Recording your progress and resting up for next time. Lyle, as you progress through your quest, it is imperative that you record your progress as often as possible, especially if you have grown weary from your quest and need to rest for a while before re-entering the battlefields. In order to retain items and experience, you must record your progress prior to either turning off your PlayStation or Silval forbid dying. Hello, BNU. Yeah, the Japanese manual for Kingsfield 2 looks way different. I'm not sure why. It's like it's not even the same story. Of course, there will be times when you will need to break from your quest to rest up. To exit your quest for now and return to the title screen, you must end your current game. That's normal, blah, blah, blah. Please return soon, brave prince. Without your help, Verdite is surely doomed, but for now I bid thee farewell. Until that time when we are to meet again. Be safe. I know. I'm being an ass. I'm being an ass about that specific thing. Understanding your quest. As can happen when your father turns out to be the devil's spawn, I realize that you must be going through a lot of turmoil right now, Lyle. But you must find the strength to move onward. You know, I can relate to this game at a very personal level. Here's a protagonist I can identify with. Let me explain what lies before you. Perhaps it will clarify the path you are to follow. Modes. The main screen. This game doesn't have a sex compass, does it? Using equipping items, gathering information and items. Contained herein that which is necessary for your quest. This is great. I don't have a moral compass. I have a sex compass. Looking for items. As you walk from town to town, keep a vigilant watch on the path ahead of you, as well as on the surrounding area. Verdite's rich culture has left behind a veritable plethora of useful items and equipment. If you keep a watchful eye out, you may be able to spot items just lying on the ground, dropped or lost by villagers, merchants, or soldiers. Alas, you may even find items on the villagers, merchants, and soldiers themselves as they lay lifeless on the earth. Search everywhere, Lyle. Barrels, treasure chests, secret treasure rooms, all may possess items imperative to your quest. Press X. Press X. Press X. Use item. ASCII. To continue, press the ASCII key. Buying and selling. At the time I wrote this, there were roughly 5 merchants in Verdite. If they are all still alive, I would be surprised. From the brave lords and lasses that remain, items can be bought, which you are unlikely to find just lying on the ground. These merchants will buy and sell whatever they can in order to make a living, and some of them are more generous than others. When you go into merchants' shops and talk to them, they will greet you briefly, and then get down to business. The standard protocol for dealing with the shopkeepers is this: buying items, selling items. Appraisers. In the beginning of your quest, appraisers are just regular villagers. However, once you have gained enough experience, they will then be willing to tell you the use and description of any item in your possession. You will know when they go into their appraiser mode. Once in appraiser mode, a list of your items will come up. Simply choose which item you wish to have appraised and press the X button. Hey, Graxus, how's it going? Innkeepers and inns. At some point during your quest, it would be advisable for you to get some sleep. To do this, find an inn and approach the innkeeper. After talking briefly with the innkeeper, you will be asked whether or not you wish to have a room, choose stay or do not stay. If you select stay, you will pay the innkeeper for the sum of a room for the night and will automatically go to your room and fall asleep. If you have a dream while you're sleeping, pay attention. Dreams can either reflect the past or possibly even foretell the future. This is a super, super big hint included in like a subsection of the manual explaining mechanics. This is why we read the manual. Fighting experience and conditions. Unfortunately, it comes to fall upon our own shoulders to learn to fight. Prince Austin Lyle Forrester, your father was the greatest knight in the Kingdom of Verdite, and I've no doubt that he would have shaped you into a mighty warrior once you were strong enough to learn. We both know that is never going to happen now, though. As you come upon the demons and monsters infesting this land, it will be your decision whether to... Hello, Dominus. Hello, Agraxis. Whether to fight or flee. But be of courageous heart, Lyle. I need to... The Forrester blood runs in your veins, and once you taste the thrill of battle, I'm certain that your skill will match that of your father within no time. Master well your techniques of fighting, young prince. When the hour of your destiny is at hand, you will need all of the skill, speed, and strength you possess. To fight, you must use either a weapon or magic. Since the only spell Leon knows is a light casting spell, I'm going to assume you will be starting out armed with a sword. To use your sword or other weapons, you must first decide which to use and equip. To wield your weapon against an aggressor, you must first be close enough to the enemy to hit it, then press the square button to swing. For your most powerful swing, wait until your red power bar is full before swinging again. You'll find that if you've been running, the fatigue will leave your power at 0 for a moment before building back up. While your red power bar is at 0, you'll be unable to wield your weapon. When, finally, you do learn the powers of magic, remember that your spells are cast straight ahead. Be certain that your enemy is directly ahead of you when you cast a spell at it. Similar to your physical attack, you must have a total mental concentration before you can cast a spell. You'll only be able to use magic when your blue concentration bar is full. So don't get yourself killed. Here is the most basic fighting strategy. Stick and move, meaning move in, hit with your sword, and move back again. Once you have magic, work that in as well. I'm certain you will master this technique. Various weapons have different powers and characteristics. Some are longer than others and have better reach. Some are heavier and take longer to swing. Learn each weapon that you employ, Lyle. Know its timing, its reach, and its strengths and weaknesses. The weapons should each become an extension of yourself as you learn to use them properly. One more tip. Never let the enemy surround you. Good luck, Lyle. I think the rest of this is experience and power. I actually need to know this. Now, Lyle, let me tell you a little bit about how you will gain strength throughout your quest so that when it comes time to reclaim your kingdom from the demon possessing your father's form, you will be ready. Every time you kill a monster, you will gain experience in the form of experience points. When you receive enough experience, you will gain a level, which means that you will become more powerful, plus you will gain hit points and magic points. When you fight with your sword, your physical strength power increases. When using the special sword, which Leon has told me he is crafting for you, your sword will also gain experience points. It is able to gain 2 levels, and Leon has told me that at level 3, it will have the magical power of light. When you fight with magic, your mental abilities, in the form of magic power, increase. You can examine your experience points and strength levels by opening the status window. Changing conditions. Poison, paralyzed. Dark. Cursed. Lethargy. Status menu. Status menu. Status menu. Equipable items, armor, shield, magic weapon. Status menu. Ooh. The secrets to magic, wisdom, and power. My friend and young prince, I have told you a little bit about how you will gain in strength along your quest, but there is more that you will need to know. Magic. You will find, Lyle, that you have the ability to learn many forms of magic. These abilities will be honed by my archmages before you will be able to learn specific spells, and will grow as you grow in wisdom and power. There are 2 forms of magic, defensive and healing magic, and attack magic. To gain the powers necessary to break my seal on the castle and face your father, you will need to receive the power from the 4 archmages, to whom I granted all but my powers of light. From Garnabus, you must receive the power of fire. From Kalmathar, you must receive the power of wind. From Zul Arifin, you must receive the power of water. And from Shudam, you must receive the power of earth. Once you have gained the ability to use a magic, you must find Verdite crystals and magic crystals to increase your magical power and gain more spells. Each time you use a crystal of Verdite, all areas of your magical power will increase. Each time you use a crystal specific to a particular magic, that magical power will increase. As your power goes up, you'll periodically learn new spells. You can learn many spells, Lyle, but in order to increase the strength of your spells, you must use the spells you have. I cannot emphasize enough the importance of using your spells to increase the strength and effectiveness of your abilities. Verdite crystals are actually crystallized magic. The high-level mages and archmages of the past found a way of extracting magic which is inherent in some objects. They took this magic and transferred it into a crystal, which they called Verdite. Verdite will increase all areas of your magical power when you use it. Magic crystals come in 5 forms: earth, wind, and fire, water, and light. Within each of these crystals is held the magical power of its element. When you find and use these crystals, the corresponding magic power will increase. Once you have gained enough experience and power through using magics and magic crystals, you will gain spells. The higher your magic power, the more powerful your new spells will be. As you grow in strength and power, young prince, you will also grow in intellect and reason. This wisdom will allow you to make better use of and better understand the weapons, spells, and magic which you are using throughout your quest. As you grow in wisdom, you can monitor your progress by periodically checking the status window. The number next to wisdom will tell you what stage you are at in your growth. There are a total of 5 stages which can be increased by learning from my archmages. Wisdom fruit. There is also a strange, powerful fruit in Verdite, which is called wisdom fruit. It is very rare, but when consumed, it will increase your wisdom by 1 point. You start at wisdom level 1 and can reach as high as 5, so each point has a high value of intellect attached to it. Of course, even if you meet all 4 archmages and consume the wisdom fruit, you will still remain at level 5. This is the highest level of intellect. As you gain in wisdom, Lyle, remember that you will gain in understanding of your items and weapons. When you are selecting any of these, you can use the triangle button to find out what the item is, what it is used for, and its strengths and weaknesses. As you grow in wisdom, you'll be able to find out more about each item. Never mind that... Was that something crashing? Just a command prompt window showing up over OBS for a split second. Never mind that. As you grow in wisdom, you'll be able to find out more about each item. There are some things, however, that you will never know everything about. In order to find out about these items, weapons, or magics, you will need to search out the appraiser monk, Mark Johnson. The appraiser monk, Mark Johnson. He, however, will only tell you what you want to know once your wisdom has reached stage 5. Hello, Chillax. Secrets of power. As I mentioned before, the secret to power is using your sword in combat. However, there is also another way to gain strength. Power fruit. There's another rare fruit in Vardite, which is known as power fruit. Asai. Each time you use this fruit, your strength power will go up as if you had been in combat and gained experience points. Power fruit won't make you gain levels, but it does increase your physical strength considerably. The X-Selector, another secretive power by Square Pusher. Leon has told me of a sword which he is crafting for you, Prince Austin Lyle Forrester. I think the prince thinks he's in trouble the whole time. They keep using his full name. Austin Lyle Forrester, you get back here right now! He told me that it will be his greatest achievement ever. He has said he has named it X-Selector, and that when you fight with the X-Selector, it too will gain in strength power. When the X-Selector has enough experience, it will gain a level just as you gain levels, though not nearly as often as you. He has told me that there are 3 levels for this sword, and that when it has reached its 3rd stage, it will also have the magical power of light. It will supposedly grow longer and more powerful with each level it gains, and in its final stage, it will be the key to unlock the power of Icrius. By my holy dom, Leon is truly remarkable. Items of Icrius, the father of the High Elves. Of course, I must tell you of the legend of Icrius items of High Elf power. I'm sure Leon has told you of Icrius, so I won't go into that legend. Whatever, it's fine. Don't worry about him. However, I feel that I must include information about these items which he left behind, since your father was given these items by the messenger of Orladin. I don't know what has become of the items now, but your father did grant them to 3 protectors, who were to keep them until the time of the prophecy was at hand, which is now, if my vision was accurate. During your adventure, you must find these 3 protectors, stone protectors. They will decide when the time is right to grant you these powerful items. You are the chosen one, Austin Lyle Forrester, and they will know it just as I do. They have been keeping these items for you for many years. Once you receive them, the Eye of Icrius, the Wing of Icrius, and the Crown of Icrius, you will hold the necessary items to craft the Key of Icrius. Each alone may be used as a means to warp to different points of power built by Icrius himself. Together, they may be crafted into Icrius Key, which can be used both as a physical Dino! A physical Dino! What's up, Dinopolis? Shout out to Dino. I hope you got revenge today. How did your salty runbacks go? Hello, Coolest Skelly. Hello, K. Broman. Hello, Docking 777. Hello, Flygon. Welcome, everybody. Hello, Azora Justin. Welcome. We're reading the manual to Kingsfield 2, and then we're going to play Kingsfield 2, if you can believe it. You've prevailed over Dragon Crystal. Hello, Dr. Tasty 69. Oh, Out of Sight Cosmos, oh, Dynamite Pete. Welcome, everybody. I'm Duke Donuts. I'm over here in a small space right now because we need a big manual because the font and the background are not the best. Anyway, I play retro games, and I like to look at the stuff that comes with retro games. Dougtastic Douglas, thank you. I played the first one, but not the first one. And now we're playing the second one, but not the second one. It's Kingsfield 2 on PlayStation. Where were we? Each alone can be used as a warp to different points of power built by Icrius himself. Together they may be crafted into Icrius Key, which can be used both as a physical key to the ruin of the High Elves and a metaphorical key to the fountains of Icrius, which he built all over Verdite. The individual items will lead only to the golden fountains of Icrius. The key of Icrius will take you to any of his fountains in Verdite. Advice. Line this up so we can read it. Are you ready for advice, chat? I'm ready for advice. I can't tell you how sorry I am that you have to go through this, Lyle. Gotcha. I'm sure no words could ever say enough to give peace back to your young heart. Perhaps in the days ahead you will find peace through your own actions, when you have saved your father's soul and restored the kingdom of Verdite to glory. I would just like to leave you with a few final words of advice before you venture out into the darkness. Hello, Boots McGinnis. Welcome. First and foremost, I would ask you to be certain to always have a dragon crystal. Dino. Dino, first and foremost, I would ask you to be certain to always have Dragon Crystal in your possession. I cannot stress this enough. If anything were to happen to you, Dino, this kingdom would be doomed forever, I fear. The Dragon Crystal is a powerful item, which when consumed, as you've just done, will restore your condition to normal, return your HP to maximum, and restore your MP to maximum. That's why it feels good to consume Dragon Crystal. God, Dr. Tasty. That's like the ultimate adventure game where you have to solve a lights out grid in order to unlock a piece to move in a Sokoban. Which is is inset inside of a slide puzzle. Well, Carmine Achai? I'm probably butchering that. Thank you for the follows, by the way, as well. I have ultimately silent follows, but I appreciate them all. However, if not consumed, it also has the power to save you from death. If you are defeated in battle, fall in the lava river, drown in the lake. This guy, I'm so sorry about what you have to been through, but if you're defeated in battle, fall in the lava river, drown in the lake, or you fall victim to a trap, this magical crystal will transport your body to the Dragon King tree located outside of Leon's house. It will rescue you just before your own death and restore your health and magic in the process. This is a most imperative item to your quest. Now, on to other points of interest. There are several places in Valencia where you can have items of praise, but there's only one that I know of in Verdite. I mentioned earlier that Mark Johnson is called the Appraiser Monk. Mark Johnson. He is the only appraiser I know of here. When you have an item appraised, you will learn of the strengths and weaknesses of the weapons and items you possess. You will have a better understanding of what items work well together, and it should help you a great deal during your quest. Traps. Inside the dungeons, you are bound to be countless traps. Some of the traps will have switches which you can activate to diffuse them, but a lot of them will be more subtle. What? B. Wary while in the underground of Verdite, Lyle. Those who created those passages didn't want any visitors dropping by for tea and crumpets. Also, while searching for items along the way, be sure to search for secret doors. These areas are protected by their secret locations. These areas were crafted in order to hide great treasures. Be aware, though. Apply dragon crystal directly to forehead. Hello, Galepon. Be aware, though, they may also be protected by traps or demon guards. You can generally find secret doors along the walls of the dungeons, but occasionally you may find them in the sides of cliffs as well. To look for them, simply press the X button while close enough to open a regular door. If there's a secret, it will open. I really need a mod of this game that adds the Doom wall opening, like wall use grunt. I know I should quit worrying about you, Lyle, in case you... Wait, hold on. Exactly. I know I should quit worrying about you, Lyle, in case you are defeated in battle, fall into the lava river, drown in the lake, or fall victim to a trap. By this time, you are most certainly a grown man. I'm certain that you will do extraordinarily well on your quest. Please remember, when I wrote this, you were only 7 years old. Certainly not one who should be sent on such a difficult and horrible quest to fall in the lava river, drown in a lake. Please remember that you are a child of the light, Prince Austin Lyle Forrester. You are destined to be the next king should you succeed in your quest. Remain true to the light, and everything else will fall into place. Peace shall again reign in your kingdom, Lyle. I have foreseen it. Forever your friend, Alexandra Thornton Reginus of Granatiki. Giving credit where V's due. Sound Kids Corp. Maybe that's Sound Kid S Corp. Oh, here's the poster. They scanned the poster. Look at this. Wild, all right. I think this is later. This is like, I think he's 17 now. Items, weapons, and armor. As you will need to know something about the items which are available in Verdite before you embark on your journey, I will do my best to tell you some of them. In no way should you accept these as the only items in all of Verdite as being from Granatiki. I have no idea what items there might be in your kingdom, Lyle. I list below those items which are common to most kingdoms in Valicia, as well as any special items which I have heard of in my travels. There are, of course, some items which fame and legend carry the news to distant reaches of our world. Bloodstone. This red gem will cure paralysis, blindness, and curses. Moonstone, containing the essence of the moon. This item will restore MP. Truth glass. When you look through it at anything, the truth of that which you view will be revealed. A map of your kingdom. The sacred metal of the dwarves. It is rare and extremely strong. Promius. Pretty cool. Magician's key. A key once used by magicians to seal their hidden treasures. Evil ring. This ring has made its rounds throughout the world of Valicia. It will increase magic power at the expense of health. Globe amulet. This amulet was created by Shudam. It will heal wounds and increase defenses against specialized attacks. Fairy fossil. A rock with a fairy trapped inside. Weapons. Long sword. The sword of the Verdite army. Capricorn. Famous sword of Commander Silviera, crafted from Promius by dwarves. Mace, a club with a spiked ball attached to the end. Crescent axe, a battle axe with an extended handle, great reach and power. Large bow used for shooting arrows great distances. This is a powerful weapon with good reach. Armor, great helm. The helm used by commanding officers in the Verdite army. Good for protection against sword blows. High metal armor. This is an extremely light breastplate, which is also extremely strong. Aquarian boots. These boots will let you walk on water bridges crafted by Orladin, the great archmage. Raijin. This armor is made from wood. It is very light and very strong. Earth shield. This shield will cover hit points while walking on the bare earth. That's neat. The people of Verdite. Finally, my young friend, I would like to tell you about some of the people from your kingdom whom I have come to know during my visits here to see your father. Leon Shore. This is kinda hard to read. Of course you know Leon. He has been your caretaker and protector since you were rescued from the castle before I sealed it. He is a high elf whom I met on Melanat Island. Leon returned here to take the ashes of his late mother to the ruins of the High Elf Shrine. I tried to get him to come to my father's castle in Granatiki, but he already committed himself to resuming his crystal crafting practice in the hometown of his mother. He had started working on the sword, which he called the X-Collector. X-Selector! It was designed for you. Lynn Reinhardt. Lynn is an elf who, as a child, visited the castle with her father, who was a traveling merchant. Her father went to the land of Garan to look for Promeus, but he never came back. If he still hasn't returned, she hasn't seen him in about 10 years. She and I used to go on many walks in the King's Garden while I was visiting here. In fact, I think you two knew each other as young children. Do you remember her? Maybe when you meet her... I don't know what she's doing now, but she had always dreamed of going on great adventures and collecting rare treasures to bring home and sell. She was a splendid child. Mark Johnson. Mark is the appraiser monk I was telling you about. Unfortunately, kings of the past have persecuted priests for centuries. It is for this reason that they no longer leave written records today. They only transmit their vast knowledge orally. Mark Johnson is called the appraiser monk because he has committed to memory the definitions and uses of every known item in the universe. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! He also rebinds old joke books in leather covers in his spare time. Don't be thrown off by his strange sense of humor, Lyle. If he feels you are wise enough to understand, he will tell you anything about the items you are carrying. You need to have a wisdom of 5 before he'll engage with you. Jens Stensland. I knew a Jens once. He's one of the greatest blacksmiths ever to live. He comes from a line of highly skilled dwarves and is one of the only remaining blacksmiths who has the knowledge to work with Promeus, the sacred metal handed down through the generations of dwarves. An unfortunate accident a few years back caused the death of his son, so I don't think he makes weapons anymore. If you see him, bring some Promeus along, and see if he'll make you some protective gear. He is still the best around. He's the best around. Robert Shreve. Oh, good. That's a good look. I didn't know Robert very well, but he may be helpful at some point anyway, so I'll tell you what I know of him. He writes poetry and songs about historical events, and in the past has worked closely with your father. He and Alfred were actually quite good friends before the transformation. This is one man who, I would expect, would never go back on his word. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Second, oh yeah. He also served as the king's messenger for quite a while. Ren Thomas. Finally, I would like to tell you about at least one of the innkeepers in Verdite. Ren is a simple and proud man who has been running an inn here in Verdite for many years. He will give you a fair price and a comfortable bed for the night if you are in need of one. The king once stayed at Ren's inn. You couldn't have known a prouder innkeeper. Ren told that story for years. I doubt he mentions it anymore, though. Well, that's about all the people I know in the kingdom, Lyle. I would suggest talking with as many people as you can. They're sure to help when they find out about your quest. The Minions of Evil. Mantrap skeleton, shell dragon, stool, and hell worms. A gigantic carnivorous plant with many different subspecies. Mantrap is mobile and preys on any living organism that produces heat. Head Eater, which can swallow a whole human being, is one variation of this plant. The bones... skeletons. The bones of ancient soldiers in Verdite are now controlled by the Minions of Evil. They have no thought or will of their own. Some are actually made out of clay that probably contained the ancient bones of soldiers. Shell Dragon. Resembling a big turtle, Shell Dragon is impermeable once in a defensive position. Because of his defensive shell, it's also impossible to attack from the side. Not to worry, a front or rear attack won't hurt much. Stool. Poisonous mushroom. Stool's perimeter of attack is limited. Don't be fooled by its innocent appearance. It's very poisonous. The best defense against its poison is to use a weapon with a long reach or to use magic. Hell worms dwell in the land of Garin and have large, strong jaws with big poisonous teeth. They consume the earth as their source of nourishment, and oftentimes Verdite and other jewels can be found in their bodies. Hello, crystal lizards. Hello. Hello, crystal lizards. All right, that is the manual. Some very good info in there. I'm over here. I'm also a little bit dizzy from reading that font. Don't worry about it. Here I am. Hello. Hello, chat. Thank you for coming along for that hour and a half almost of manual reading. Very fun. We're going to start the game in a minute, but I'm going to take a short break to use the bathroom. The good news is you get to check out this cool screen that I ripped from Dirty Larry on Renegade Cop. I'll be right back. Enjoy the screen, and then we'll get into Kingsfield 2.
Food!
Hello, welcome back. You know, I know exactly what you're talking about. Kirsty Sins. It's like the opening scene of Dreamweb, right? This is from Dirty Larry, a renegade cop. On the links. All right. Here we go. Kingsfield 2. We're going to play it on the Mister. Usually I try to go for actual real hardware, but I haven't been able to get all my stuff out to California yet. Hopefully I remember to put it on the SD card. I'm pretty sure I did. Kingsfield 2, here we go.
ASCII Entertainment.
I have not, Jillax. I've played Kingsfield, the first Kingsfield, but not the first Kingsfield. Hell yeah. 1996 from Software. ASCII Entertainment. Wait, shit. I hit start. Forget if this has a an attract mode. You know, Zero Skunk, I've been thinking, like, I want it's almost like yeah, it's like an AT field, Cardinal. Call it like alternate history nostalgia. I don't know. I want there might be another attract mode that plays after this. I want games that look like the pre-rendered cinematics of games from the mid-90s. You know what I mean? We can do that now in real time. Okay, yeah, so this plays. If you wait. Okay, it's just demo. Or you can shoot an ice dragon. There's a big boat. There's a whatever that guy is. Got him. Okay, so we just get a demo mode. I wanted to make sure there wasn't any plot relevant stuff. Now we choose new game.
Darkness fell upon the land of Verdite. Its once lush forests and great mountains now bowed before the will of the fallen Holy King. No one could explain the fall of the king. 15 years ago, Alfred had slain the Dice festering evil and had risen triumphant as the new king. Now Verdite watched in horror as the ancient evil returned to the form of their king. They cried out for Alexander, who had brought back the Moonlight Sword 5 years ago.
5 years ago. This is great.
The foul stench of evil permeated the tower as Alex ventured forth to take up the holy sword. It was too late. The sword was broken. With the Moonlight Sword broken, Alex prepared for his meeting with Destiny. He bestowed upon the Chosen Four the powers necessary to protect the kingdom.
I love this narrator.
The castle began to shimmer with the brilliance of light as Alex's will was directed at its proud walls. He uttered a final word. Peace.
Peace.
And the rest was silence. With his final thoughts, Alex sent these words to Lyle, the king's son.
Dispatch.
In the days ahead, you must grow stronger than you ever thought you could. You must receive the power from the Four and break my seal to face your father. I will guide you with the hours of hand. You must take up the sword of your father and win back your kingdom. The future is in your hands. With this, Alex gave up his soul. For 10 years, Lyle carried the burden of being prince to a damned kingdom. Now old enough to understand the message etched in his mind forever, it's time he faced his destiny.
This game has some of the best voiceover on PlayStation. Period. The power of the seal for which Alexander gave his life is growing weaker. The number of evil creatures is steadily growing larger. All too soon, the seal will be broken enough. If we allow that to happen, the country will be enveloped by total darkness. Your former father unleashes his power in 10 years of pent-up rage on this land. For the past 10 years, since the fateful day of the seal, I have been watching you grow. I'm excited, but at the same time, I'm afraid for the day that has finally come for you to fulfill your destiny. Please take with you this final sword, the X-Selector. I am praying that your journey will be guided by the light. This is an FMV for some reason. We start with the X-Selector. Here we are. Sex Compass not quite as good as in Kingsfield 1. Alexander lost his magical power of light on the day he placed the Great Seal on the castle. All his life force was put into the seal. Because you have the blood of King Alfred, you have inherited that power as well. Hello, Nuclear Landlord. The 4 other magical powers have been entrusted to the 4 archmages who have been waiting to endow them upon you. You must have the 4 magical powers to obtain the Moonlight Sword, with which you can break the seal of the castle. 4 archmages put the sword in the tomb of Alexander and sealed it so that none but the one with all 4 powers could open it. Besides these powers, you must also obtain the seals of Icrius. The king must have given them to someone for safekeeping. I'll tell you about Icrius later. Just remember that you must have the 3 seals of Icrius in order for you to fulfill your destiny. The X-Elector will grow with you and increase in its power just as you do. One day you will need its power. When you have the 3 seals of Icrius, bring them to me along with this sword. The X-Selector will grow with you and... Oh. Okay. You gotta not push X. Was this named after a mini golf course? Mac, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Hello, Jerry RPG. Dark Rain 2. Dark Rain 2. Hello, Adrian. Hello, Mac. Hello, Raiders. I'm Duke Donuts. I like video games. I'd like to call your attention to what we call the Sex Compass in the top right here. Great feature of the first 2 Kingsfield games. How did Dark Rain 2 go? Can we save anywhere? That's the attack button. Not save anywhere. Nice. I hear some sloshing nearby. We can run slightly faster. There's a dragon crystal up there. Anyway, this game is about the pace that I was hoping for. Broken Cart. About the pace I was hoping for. I wanted something a little bit like slower paced than some of the stuff I'd been playing. Animal's skeleton. A hell of a fucking animal. Can we open this? There's a man-eater. Head-eater? $22 gold. Are we using X-Selector? Does it share the name, or was it named after Kinnikos? Like, do we have an interview or other statement that it was specifically named after it? Oh, the manual told me to search barrels. Look at that. Ragadon, thank you for the 71 bits. Oh yeah, there's some weird stuff that happens with bits and things here. New viewers, raiders.
Dumplings in a bucket.
There's dumplings in a bucket. Oh, neat. Neat. Thank you. Thank you for the source of that. Yeah, that's a cool resource to have. A lantern up there. That would be generally true in Japan at the time. Hell, Sam Overseas, the PC-98 wouldn't be out for another 2 years after this game. The Sen compass points you to Sen's fortress. This is the Sex compass. Am I remembering correctly that this game has an element like, locked? Am I remembering correctly that this game has an element like, Dark Souls 2, where there's like a limited number of enemy spawns, so you can't grind forever? No, like PC-88, PC-98 were still commonplace. They couldn't do this kind of 3D stuff at all. Windows PCs, like early Windows PCs, would have had trouble with this because there weren't a lot of like graphical acceleration APIs. It's a generally true statement that like PCs weren't reliably fast enough with 3D content to do this sort of thing. But also, like, I don't know the exact details of it, but it seems like From Software got a pretty sweet hurt deal with Sony with regards to like development, because they were included as a launch title for like, if I recall correctly, both the Japanese and the US PlayStation. Kingsfield 1 was an inclusion for both. I would love to know where the hell save point Because you can't save anywhere in this, right? I feel like I've gone the wrong way. It's probably a big green arrow that says save. And it points at the place where you can save. Right? That's what I would think. Well, there's Kingsfield 1, which was Japan only, and then there's Kingsfield 1, which was both Japan and US. And hello, Black Nile. And they were both launch titles for the PlayStation. That's a good... What is that little guy? Nice. Okay, we'll check over here for a save point. Remember, don't get surrounded. Stick and move. Probably looks like some crystal bullshit. Get some gravestones. I think you're talking about Kingsfield, Kingsfield, and Kingsfield 2. We're currently playing Kingsfield 2. I've played Kingsfield, and I finished it on stream, but I've never played Kingsfield. Ooh. And herb. Oh, I missed. I missed. I'm sorry. Hello, Ashens. Yes. Well, coming from Atari ST and Amiga games, I could see that. Actually, are there any 3D games on Atari ST? That's gotta be a disaster. Ashens, did you ever go to the Kingsfield that this game is apparently based upon? Space game. What did I just get? What did I pick up? Must have been an antidote? Oh, leather gloves. Oh, mercenary midwinter? Interesting, interesting. Statue over there. Gotcha, idiot. Oh, I missed. Which Microsoft Office suite application is your favorite, chat? Do you like PowerPoint, Excel, Word? Access? Do you really want to know? Flygon? Access is outdated. It's no longer a relevant. Sealed. A statue of the hero. It's no longer a relevant technology, really. But, I have used Access for its intended purpose multiple times. $20 years ago? Didn't From Software make a database product? Okay, okay, Flygon. Say you're running a... Say you're running an electronics store, right? And... Say you're running an electronics store and you want to keep track of how many things you have in your store. And when you sell a thing, you want it to decrement 1 from the number of that thing that you have in stock. Right? So you make a database, you give it a little front end, and you use your, barcode scanner to enter the thing when you sell an item. You have a button for sell, you have a button for, restock. That's it. That's the use case for Access right there. Now, if you're like, yeah, but you could go and buy a different software, you could use QuickBooks, or you could use... None of that fucking shit existed when Access was relevant, right? When Access was a product that you bought, none of that shit existed. Right? So you used small deployment relational databases to create your customized thing. Oh, who are you? Who are you? Look at this dude. I like how his chin extends into his beard quite a bit. So the time has finally come to go to the castle. You must be very careful. Your father will be waiting, and boy, is he gonna be mad. I like the apostrophe on gonna. You aren't just late for dinner this time, heh. I don't know if I mentioned this before, but the defense wall of Silviera on the north side was built by the garrison about 6 years ago. We can be safe today, thanks to their work. The other side of the wall is called the Old Battlefield. Not nearly as old as I am, though. That's where the garrison used to fight off the invading monsters. Hardly a garrison at all. I guess they weren't really trained. They were just a bunch of ragtag soldiers on some idealistic crusade trying desperately to save their lands and homes. I don't want to think about it anymore. I've been living here for 150 years now, or is it 90? Heck, I can't remember. Anyway, I've never had a bit of trouble in this house. I used to be a baker at the castle, you know, but I never did find that recipe I was looking for. It was... pies! When I worked on what's it called? Biker Build-Off? And we worked on Biker Build-Off and Deadliest Catch and whatever other shows they did there. We used an in-house FileMaker database, which is basically the same thing as Access, but for Macs. We used an in-house FileMaker database to keep track of like all of the shots, like where stuff was on what tape for what thing, and then that would get updated from our like logging software, and the producers and editors would use it to find relevant stuff like, hey, we need these 3 people on the deck of a boat with a wave coming over. If you see something you like, take it. This stuff is just going to go to waste with no customers to buy anything. Anyway, I'll probably be dead by the time anyone comes around here again. Earth herb and antidote. Okay, we can buy herbs at least, so we're not dead. We got a moonstone somehow. Wait, what? Oh, I had it in reverse. Okay, got it. This is the buy screen. Buy a rapier. Happy 420, Dark Max. I agree, Exensui. I think that, oh, I see. Longsword, broadsword, rapier, battle axe, mace, iron helm, iron plate, leather shield. You could get it on leather shield, high elves guard, leg guards. I think that moving away from things like Access is actually really Leggards. Leggards are the final step in the diffusion of innovation theory. Whoa. Left-handed pants. Oh, that's a dude there. I think moving away from the format of like doing small custom software like that for renting cloud-based applications for everything has done a lot of damage to small businesses. Along two axes. First, it does damage to small businesses directly by getting them addicted to software as a service. So they're like, I can just use the inventory management cloud-based solution, which costs me $25 a month. And then they've been using it for 2 years. And now they're like, you know, hundreds of dollars in the hole where they could have spent, you know, whatever on permanent software and run it indefinitely. You see that, right? You'll see that in certain older businesses where they're like, yeah, I've been running this computer since fucking 1997 with the same software. It works. Why should I replace it? Even easier, Shaboy J. Don't pay for software. Oh, who's this guy? Dead. And so to that end though, right? Like that's harming the business directly because it's this sign faces this way. The sacred land of the High Elves Quist. Yep. Exactly, Jay. And it could be like Office 97. Art in a box? Herb in a box. So Miles Jacob, that's good. But one of the things that it does that I think people don't fully account for is it means that there's a whole bunch of small-time IT contractors who basically have nothing to do now, right? They have no business, right? Imagine if Walmart started offering plumbing services as a subscription, right? But it used all proprietary Walmart plumbing stuff that only Walmart could provide, right? That's what cloud-based software as a service is like. And that's what it's doing to small businesses. Imagine the effect that would have on local plumbers. This is a cool dude. Oh, he got bigger! Hi, Lyle. My, you've grown since the last time your father stopped by. What's your hurry? Please don't leave so soon. I haven't had a guest here for months, and I'd love to hear how you've been. I'll only charge you 150 gold. Not right now, sorry. Sorry, fella. 150 gold is a fair price? Like, I could just get an herb for that, but I guess this gives me magic back, probably. Innkeeper celebrating 420. Vibe-coded plumbing components. Oh, God. Oh, we're going to get into... Ooh, that's a fucking... Okay. Anybody want some, like, fodder for your dystopian world building? You want some fodder for your dystopian world building? Vibe engineering. Vibe engineering, chat. And I'm not talking about software engineering. I'm talking about, like, materials engineering. I'm talking about vibe engineered airplanes. Absolutely fucking not. The second that I hear an airplane manufacturer, as soon as I hear an airplane manufacturer is using AI-assisted anything in the engineering of their aircraft, I'm putting those aircraft on the don't fucking get in it list. We already had enough problems with, like, software assistance in, like, the 737 MAX. Oh, drones are mostly software, and they're already doing that. Don't worry, they have AI target acquisition software. Yeah, fortunately we have people like Basehole who are like, yeah, don't fucking do this, who are in positions to, like, at least advise in a respected capacity. I appreciate that quite a lot. Yeah, Vibe Bridges. Oh, man. Where's that picture of... does anyone have a way to put 48-point impact font over a... over an animated GIF? I think, yeah, the Tacoma Narrows Bridge. Yeah, that's the one. So, Mule, Boeing, as far as I know, Boeing changed the way they use software assist. They changed their doctrine of software assistance when they were designing the 737X. I wouldn't call that AI. But I would say that they had an insufficient amount of human oversight in the design process. Basehole would know better. But they really fucked it up, and a lot of people paid the price for that. When people tried to raise the concerns about it, they were... the word I'm looking for. Treated poorly. Brushed aside is insufficient. Silenced is too strong. And yeah, Starscav brings up a good point as well, right? Like, we already know that Boeing was not forthcoming about how they approached software assistance in their design process, and the results were strongly negative. So I don't trust Boeing to, like, not just be like, yeah, just have an AI do it, whatever. I don't know that they have done that just yet, right? Oh. No! Oh, I almost died. Right, exactly. Exactly, Starscav. Where's the goddamn save point? It might not be a death. Okay, they have a big range. Hey, and Herb. Where's the fucking save point? This is like Bloodborne all over again. Why does Leon not have a save point in his home? I know, right? Leon Shore. Leon Ocean. I guess it would be Leon Shore. Lee at Sea. Leon Boat. We'll go in the tunnel. We're gonna need all this gold anyway, so like wandering around isn't the worst thing, but I would like to save before I fall in a well and die by accident. Anyway, my point is, Vibe Engineering. Hello, Skewer. Vibe Engineering is a horrifying dystopian concept. You know? Heart in a box? You gotta watch out. Big prank in Verdite is you fart in a treasure chest, and then you close it, so the next person that opens the treasure chest, it farts on them. Do you think there's a secret door in here? I bet there's a secret door in here. That was not a secret door. That was a fucking... That was a secret death trap. All right, we're back at the very beginning of the game. Now, though, because we don't give a shit, we can just run as fast as possible and avoid everything. Right, we have... Where is it? Status. Can we not see our experience points? Yeah, we have 0 experience. Okay. Are you trying to defend the use of AI, Mule? Are you trying to defend the use of AI in engineering by calling out that humans can make mistakes? There's that. What's in here, though? Oh, fucker. If you have no armor... Do the skeletons... Can you come out of there? No, you're stuck in there. Okay, they cannot be staggered as well. We're gonna have to go in really fast. I want to see if that chest is open or locked. Anyway, now that we died without a save point, we can just we can focus on finding a save point using disposable lives. Go, 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 go. You passed him? Okay. It's open. What's inside? What did we get? Leather shield. That's it. There's a number of reasons for the differences, but in failure rate. But I would say, like, given the reputation of the two companies, I would much better trust a NASA-built rocket, or at least NASA-supervised rocket, over one simply done by SpaceX. That said, SpaceX so far does not have any human casualties. Ah, fucker. What? Bullshit. Bullshit. Yes, but primarily you'll use magic. What's in here? Heart in a box? Skeleton? Skeleton in a box. He's gonna get me. Okay, that's fine. We're in exploratory mode to try to find the save point. Strength? What? I got a strength up on my first attack. Is it random whether you get a strength up or not? That would be really annoying. I think that here's the key thing, right? To be fair to the scientists and the people at SpaceX, right? They're taking an approach that allows for and effectively demands a higher failure rate. They have a higher budget and they are able to produce failures for the purposes of capturing data, right? So simply having a higher failure rate, yeah, they can experiment. And I think that's important to note because it's unfair to say like oh, they're worse at it, right? They're taking a different approach which produces a higher failure rate specifically for the purpose of producing certain things at a faster pace. Totally fine. I don't think that the model of SpaceX spending that kind of money is a good model, because I think it has a lot of waste. It has produced some things that are viable, but it's unclear the relationship between their approach. We gotta ARF, and then we go in and hit, and then we back up as fast as possible. That spider looks like the spider from below the root, and I think that's cool. Right? It's not fair to simply say that they have a higher failure rate. However, I think that in some ways their approach is not as good as it would be if we gave that kind of funding to NASA. NASA has done an incredible job with shoestring budgets for like quite a while now. And imagine what it would be like if they were properly funded. Imagine. We're in a cave with spiders. I don't know enough about SpaceX's design process to know what their failure rate and relationship with AI is. I think that there is a clear correlation in the field of software engineering between like problem rates at Twitter and their use of AI code. There is a clear link there. We can see it in software engineering quite clearly. I don't know of... Hello, little fella. What's up? If anybody here thinks the moon landing is fake, get the fuck out. anybody here is like, I think the moon landing was faked, get the fuck out of here. You're not welcome here. These guys don't look friendly. I feel like I might not be, Ooh, hey, fountain. I feel like I might not be going in the direction of a save point, chat. Yeah, it's like the documentation of the moon landing is so extensive. It sure is. It is difficult to get to the moon because we're not funding it. We're not properly funding the agency that does it, right? So, like, there has been a decline in real hard engineering. What was that? The Queen of Verdite, Noelle Forrester. It's unlikely that we'll ever have space tourism beyond billionaires. The Royal Emblem. Like, yeah, like, it takes willful ignorance. It takes willful ignorance to believe in flat Earth ideology in this day and age. But that means that it's incredibly difficult to communicate with somebody who's willfully believing like a specific conspiracy theory. 100 gold. And then he barfed. That's locked. Okay, so we're locked. This is... Yeah, that has totally happened, Raspinol. That, like, there are certain areas of, like, hard engineering, both software engineering and, I found the save point. Okay, but we don't want to save yet. Do we? We do. We want to save. There are areas in, like, hard engineering and, even like mathematics and hard computer engineering where we don't have the talent that we once did as the human race. And we have a leg up, but to get to where we were, we would have to reinvent the wheel, quite literally, right? For example, right? When was the last time you were aware of that someone produced a work equivalent to what, like, Grace Hopper or Donald Knuth produced at the pinnacle of their careers, right? Yeah, publicly funding education would be super helpful. These guys are really dangerous. Get in. Get him to turn. Okay, you're too close, buddy. This is the X-Selector. The crystal sword that Leon Shore... I'll say it again when you're back from the ad. Sorry about the ads, by the way. Leon Shore built specifically for Fuck, what was my name? Lyle something or other Forrester. Level up. Okay. But we're down to 15 hit points. Let's, Mark Johnson. I try to keep it balanced so it's like it should be like an hour between ads. But I can tune it. There's like a maximum. I would run like an hour of ads at the beginning of the stream and then have no ads for the remainder of the stream if they'd let me. But there's only like certain parameters we can go in. Welcome back. Welcome back, ad people. Been known for 18 years. Yo, that's cool. Nah, instead today we get AI weather forecasts that are like extremely wrong. Skewer, the weapon that I have is called Exelector. It's a crystal sword that was built by Leon Shore specifically for Lyle Austin Wintery Forrester. My character. In order to grow with him and shoot the light beams out of it. It's small because it's been... Well, it's not small. That is a matter of perspective, right? Like, it's a pretty big sword. It's like a gladius in size. But it grows larger as it gains experience. This is the greatest achievement of Leon Shore. This is the first stage of the sword, which will grow more powerful as the owner uses it. Raspinol, I may take you up on that if I'm ever in Maryland. Because that thing looks cool as shit. It's like, it's at least as long as his forearm. Right? Probably like this long. This weapon has a plot significant this weapon is plot significant, Jay. It is necessary later on. But it's okay. It kind of comes and goes, right? Like, I could buy a better sword right now if I had the money. I could buy a couple weapons that are better than it right now, but the second tier of it is like in line with weapons that I won't get for a while. And since it's free and the first weapon you get, it's like kind of worth it. What the fuck is this? Silviera's key? The fuck is Silviera's key? Why did a plant have it? What on earth? Sort of. One of the best weapons can be had at the start of the game. But there are other weapons that are better situationally. And I tend to agree with that, like... style, generally. Right? Like, give the players a good weapon to start so that they're not, like, their success isn't predicated on, like, going to some warehouse and stealing a secret sword at the beginning of the game, Morrowind. Give them something good when they start out so that they can do well, and it's up to skill whether you really succeed or not. But Bloodborne had other problems with its weapons and items and progression. I strongly dislike the way that Bloodborne handled progression compared to the regular Souls games. Okay, do I? No, we don't need a leather shield that bad right now. One of the key things that I liked about the Souls games was that you would get random shit just for, like, bombing around killing dudes, and most of the time it was worse than your stuff, but you could use it for fashion or to, like, try something different. Or sometimes you'd be like, hey, this weird sword that I got seems to be a really rare drop. I want to see how it does when I make it a occult upgrade. And you end up with a weapon that's like, this weapon is really good against one boss. Okay. We gotta start over. Now that we found the save point and we saved the game and leveled up twice. We talk to this guy again. We already talked to this guy in the beginning, but we just gotta... We talked to him. Okay. We talked to him. You know, it's reverse Konami syndrome, and I 100% support that, Raspinol. Yeah, like... Here's the thing, though, Jay, right? The way the weapons are handled in Bloodborne sucks ass, because they're all, like, they are going out of your way to get a weapon, right? I don't think all the weapons should be that. And they, like, hard gate where and when you can get certain types of materials to upgrade your weapon, so that you're always fighting a losing battle against, like, an upgrade, like a power curve. I think that sucks. I am not a fan of that element of Bloodborne. And I think Dark Souls 1 and 2 did it way better. Of course, right? And I think that variety or situational dominance as a reward is good, right? Like the saw or whatever, the beast saw, I forget what it's called. The first starting weapon is a good balance of that, right? It's good against certain types of enemies. It's good against certain types of enemies. It's a very strong weapon to start with. It has okay gem slots. But there are certain things that are much better for other playstyles. The cane whip thing is also, like, quite good, but it's very difficult to use. What really irritated me, though, was the way they handled, what's it called? The badges? Where it was like, oh, I did this thing, I got a badge. Now I have to go grind for all the money to buy the things that this badge gave me. Instead of just giving you the shit. Like, you have to go out of your way and then you have to spend money? Like, what is this? Software as a service? Fuck that. But to me, the biggest flaw with Bloodborne is at the core gameplay experience, there is a bunch of overreach, which is like, your character doesn't aim at the enemy all the time. So sometimes when you shoot to parry, it doesn't work because your gun was pointed in the wrong direction as a result of animation states and, like, shit that you as a player don't really have control over. Like, oh, you shot the gun, but you missed because your character's arm was just, like, in a weird state because of a procedural thing that's different every time. That's not fun. And it was much less of an issue with the, like, shield parry shit. Okay, this is the inn, right? I do need to rest at the inn at some point and see if I dream. That's the well, right? It's gonna be the well. Imagine if From Software made an MMO. These guys are a pain in the butt to fight. The size of that cloud is way bigger than it looks like. Fuck. I got it. Use an earth herb first, then use an antidote. No, I mean, like, when I say made an MMO, I mean, like, full-on, like, World of Warcraft tab targeting kind of thing, you know? Skeleton. Hat. It's kill count. Well, there is a plot progression element to it that I've seen, but I'm not entirely sure how that works. I may not have completed this game myself. I've seen other people play it, though. New Blight Town in every... New Blight Town every update. This is like... I guess we're going back and saving because we got a bunch of stuff done. Kill all the guys on the way. Locked. Go back to we kill everything along the way. We go back to our save point. We've got 2 new pieces of armor. And we've got... This is mean. They put the first save point behind a poison mushroom that you have to fight every time you want to go back to it. Unless there's a save point. Let's go find out. Let's go find out. If there's a save point, like, on the way to the castle in the other direction. Because there's that one, like, 90-degree turn I haven't gone around. Where was that? Over here? Statue of the hero. Over here. Oh, there's a door. You can open the door. Go over the wall. Go under the wall. Is this a locked door? No? Open this door. Alright. Make sure there's nothing here. What would be cool is if there was like a pit right in the middle here and you just fall in and die. This has got to be like a loading area, right? Okay, we gotta... It's locked. Oh! Oh! We have one of these. Okay, are we gonna be stuck in here if we go in? Yes, we are now stuck in here. Until we get another Silveria's key. Soldier's body. Okay, there's a dead guy there. Locked. Okay. Are you friendly? Why would you come to such a dangerous place on purpose? Go home! Don't you know that monsters are on the prowl again? What can you hope to accomplish here other than losing your own life? Ooh. A Morning Star? A Volgard? A Flame Rod? Earth Herb, Dragon Crystal, Crystal Flask. Give me that. That's an antidote. Those are valuable. Okay. Alright, this is a dangerous game. Do you think it's a fart in a box or a skeleton? Skeleton, but it's not a walkie skeleton, so we're okay. Would you listen to a band called Skeleton Fart? They're only available on Bandcamp, and they've never played a live show. Ranked up, that's good. Okay, we got an angry tree. Fine. Angry trees, also known as ropers, I believe, in that, I will make a skeleton fart t-shirt. I will make a skeleton fart t-shirt so you can look like an ass in public if you'll buy it from my merch store in like a week. Oh, they fart at you. Okay. I don't like these fart cannons. Because those are going to poison you as well. They're... Best part is that... God. Do you remember that, Ragadom? That story from TwitchCon 24. Fuck, I need to submit talks with Hesha on them to get him back to TwitchCon. We can get him back streaming. There's a specific thing about the music in Kingsfield. Around him. Where am I gonna get another one of these fucking keys? He's doing all right. I talked to him on a fairly regular basis. King went crazy. You're the king's son. The king's best friend asked you to, like, get good and then heal him. Your name is Lyle Austin Wintery Forrester, and your father, King Alfred, saved the kingdom, but then he went crazy and got possessed by a demon, and now the other guy. The other guy, do we leave this way? Do we go this way? This could be one way, or we could get out the front. No, we are not a Templar. We are a prince. We're a little princely lad. Oh. Maybe I can get behind? Yeah. What's up, tree? Yeah, eat shit, tree. Give me that 74 gold. Ooh, yeah. There's a reason that I said it the way I did. It's important to, like... It's important to deeply encode. We only have so many antidotes. Was it worth it? It's important to deeply encode things that only a handful of people will get into casual things that you say in order to best disrupt their attention. Okay. Unibarf. Unibarf. No. Barf. Okay. Good. Tombstone. Some of these have stuff in them, like gold. Vice Commander Kane, forever we shall lift up your flame. Great job. I know, right? Just tear the bloodstone out of the tombstone. It's fine. No one will notice it's gone. I can't get to the grave that he's digging on. Buddy, what you digging on? If you've been lucky enough not to notice, there are hordes of skeletons everywhere. If you ever get caught having to fight them, use the Morning Star. He sells the Morning Star. He also sells a crystal flask, which will become extremely useful later. But not yet. Ooh, voice in the music? I haven't been paying attention closely enough. Marilyn Miller. I don't think we learned about Marilyn Miller from the manual. Oh, I see. This is Marilyn Miller. Oh, that? The pads? It just sounds like, it sounds like a standard, like, LA synth or GS. I'm pretty sure the pads on one of those sound very similar to that. They might have just processed it, because this is CD audio. My name is Marilyn. I've seen you before, haven't I? You were here with Leon, right? I came here in search of my son, but now I'm stuck here. I can't move forward because of these rotten monsters, and I can't go back. I'd be abandoning my son. What's that? Is that a bar? Is that a soap on a rope? Fuck, I didn't see what she said. I often have nightmares about my son being immobilized and in agony at the hands of all this wickedness. If you can get the charm to him, he'll finally be okay again, please. Oh, maybe she gave me a... No? No. Oh, it's sequence audio from the track? I thought this was Red Book. Isn't the first one Red Book? Marilyn's Charm. Special effect item, no data. Then I can tell you exactly what synth that ooh is from. It's from the PlayStation. Okay, we're gonna go down the dead guy hole. Save point. Hell yes. Okay. You have no highlighted? That, by the way, that's a bit cruel. They put the skeleton down the safe hole. Oh, yeah, no, when I first... Alright, let's put this here for now. When I first went to a shop, I thought I had the buy and sell reversed, and that was enough for me to like lock in on it, you know? I was starting to say earlier, there's something a little odd about the Kingsfield music in particular that I don't think about in a lot of other games' music. Most of the music in Kingsfield has a very particular single kick on like whole note, quarter note kick drum. Most of it. Which is very weird. It's kind of like it gives a like heartbeat impression given the like game's presentation in general. It was very interesting. Okay, who's this? Did we talk to this guy yet? We have to like... Oh, yeah. We talked to this dude before. Pies. He needs his recipe for pies. Yeah, harpsichord is good. Harpsichord is always good. What's your favorite harpsichord in a video game? Mine's in Ultima 6. Where you can just play it arbitrarily. I haven't played that, Shaboy J. Is it good? Yeah, we could get a longsword now. We could get a battle axe. Get an iron helm. You know, Taters Games. Hello, Taters Games. Taters, you're like a couple of letters off from something really funny. Just a couple letters off. Is that a... Swap the I and the S. Change the I to an E. Whoa. Hey buddy, hey buddy, hey buddy, hey buddy. We can't stagger a skeleton yet, so we can't really get the leather shield down here. I'd like to. Hello, Basehole. Oh, Basehole, we had a good nightmare scenario, like future nightmare scenario that I think you'll have an opinion on. You know how there's like vibe coding for like applications and stuff right now? My dystopian projection is vibe engineering, but not for like software engineering, for like physical materials based engineering. Whoa. Yeah? So, I have to ask, Base. Ooh. Bombardier Aerospace. I don't know enough. I don't know enough about... Fuck. I don't know enough about, the industry to know if that's just a, just an insult? How do they do that? Why is he so fast? For a few months. Hello, Discordia. Man, that's rough. When your contract product manager goes, no thanks. Valve? I'd say Valve people probably like their jobs pretty well. You can CFRs in theory, but any problems that exist, they only do root cause analysis. The end result is that those analyses issue a modification service bulletin, but they themselves do not implement them for years in their own production. At least 3 years in some cases right now. Okay, so they're just bad. Hey, this guy stays dead? Yo, that's good news. That mushroom staying dead is good design. Oh, hey, one of those awful spiders. These look like the spiders in Below the Root. I'm sorry, they're like 100% Below the Root spider. What are we doing? What are we doing? Where are we dropping? Let's use one of those. It sounds like a mech powering up when you use an herb. Good. Gotta stay behind and beside this guy. How did you do that, dude? Impossible. Flying Stegosaurus. We're gonna take some extra damage from this. Use another Earth Herb now. Trigger that guy to attack. These guys, they all have like slightly different attack patterns, which makes it way harder to deal with them. Have to get more. No, don't use the herbal liquid. It's like getting hit by a giant. Ah, they got me with the fart in a box, and it was instant too. What the fuck? I thought it usually gave you like a couple seconds. Well, we're gonna have to run back to get a. We're gonna have to run back to get a antidote now. This is a skeleton house, I think. I think we can get an antidote from the shop. Let's try. Hello, Quite Baffled. This is Kingsfield 2. Hope that helps. Good, good. Glad I could help. This is Kingsfield 2. Is this the store? Yes. All right. Hello. Let's get 4 of these. Why not, right? That's a good use of money. Are we still getting... Wait, does poison wear off after a while? Poison wears off after a while. Okay. That's good to know. Okay, okay. I wanted to clarify whether it was... I know it's in your wheelhouse to use that as an insult in that manner. But I wanted to clarify if it was like actually a thing that you knew was occurring, or if it was just like, these guys suck. So I'm going to say that. Which is fine, fine. No problem. I just wanted to clarify. But, yeah, the idea of, like, we don't need to bother the engineers for that new wing design. We'll just have Gary do it with vibe engineering. Or something like this. Strikes me as a very dystopian sort of thing. Why are you telling me it's going to take 6 weeks to come up with that, Why are you telling me it's going to take 6 weeks to come up with that nacelle, structure? ChatGPT said it could have it for me in 5 minutes. That's cool. That's cool. You can see the castle. Look at that. That's neat. See that mountain? You can fuck it. Okay, so we're gonna see if the tree has come back, because the tree gives us a lot of stuff. Yeah. It is a valid concern, right? But yeah, my dystopian idea is like somebody just being like, we could save a lot of money on engineers if we just had the product guy, like, have the product guy whip it up in Claude. I'm gonna start. In writing, I'm gonna start referring to it as Claude. Shit, Weeping Bell. Yeah. You got it. It's the thing is, right? The legitimate fear for me is, have you noticed that weather reports have been getting worse and worse recently, like in the last year or two? Like maybe the temperatures are on track, but everything else, like precipitation, is completely wrong. And not in a funny, like, haha, the weatherman's wrong again kind of way, but like, this has nothing to do, like, I look outside and the sky is clear and it says that it's raining right now. Kind of stuff. Or like, even the historicals are messed up. So the thing is, I went and looked, and almost all of the available weather services that aren't like all of the weather services that aren't like NWS or local weather is a lot of like, if you go to like the Weather Channel, Apple, Google, those all just use AI predictive services. They're not actually getting the weather from anywhere. They're just using an AI predictive model now. Which means that it's wrong a lot. A lot more than when people with experience were like, hey, the data says it might do this or it might do this, but I think this is more likely. That step is now missing. And sure, weathermen are wrong. They have been, historically, right? But the historical data was right, instead of just being, this is what we predicted, so it must have happened. Yep. So, 1-2 punch. One-two punch of services losing funding and experience, and commercial services switching to AI that doesn't rely on like real data. Well, I mean, it relies on real data. It's just, it's a how do I put this? Yep, virus, it is aware, is currently on my on my SD card for the Mister. But I noticed this because I actually started to rely on weather reports being accurate, and the hourly forecasts couldn't have been more wrong here. For like 2 weeks worth of checking. So I stopped checking and I started like looking at the sky and being like, is it sunny right now? Because it's like, if I'm going to go for a 3-hour walk, I want to put sunscreen on if it's going to be sunny. But sunscreen is like kind of gross and takes some effort to get off. So, just like me. So I want to avoid using it if it's cloudy out, right? So I'll look and I'll be like, it says it's going to be cloudy. I walk outside, it's clear skies and there's not a cloud in sight, and it stays full sunshine for 3 hours. And it's like, motherfuckers, you said it was cloudy out now, and you said it was gonna like rain soon and be cloudy all day, and it's like fucking full sun. Oh, is that your weather service? Basil looking at the sky? No wonder your weather service hasn't been affected. Interesting. Yeah, I looked it up. And commercial weather services, Apple, Google, Weather Channel, a couple others, have mostly switched to AI predictive models. There's an... Okay, game, come on. This is where the first save point is. It's in there. There might be. Isn't there a Far Side cartoon about that, Kinnikos? Person selling AI says AI works better. Interesting. There's a Far Side cartoon, I think it's Far Side, where it's like, whoa, storm's coming. My knee's acting up. And the other guy's like, oh, I think it's a tornado. My elbow is whatever. And then the other guy's like, well, something's up. There goes my head. And they all, like, each have a like swollen body part. Maybe, Basil. Maybe the weather is off for all of the rest of us because it's accurate for you. Oh, of course. Water is deadly in FromSoft games. Took me a while to figure out you could actually traverse water in Dark Souls 2. Some of it. And then there's a part where, like, sometimes you just fall in the water and die also while you're already standing in the water. It's fine. That's the one, quite baffled. That is exactly the one I'm talking about. Okay, okay. I missed. He's fast. He's too fast. Discordia. I'm getting over skeletoned here. Whoa. Okay. He missed. I really want to... I'm going to use it. Okay, I had more hit points to heal. I'm getting boned. Okay, I can take a hit. Oh, I got him. Shield. Listen to an audio book about British Airways flight that landed in Kuwait. They got invaded. They got taken hostage. I had a bad experience on I think it was a British Airways. No, wait. Unsure. I've had a bunch of bad experiences on different types of airlines. This is just the game I wanted to play, you know? Whoa! That swing speed. Feels so fast after that Morningstar. Like just wandering around, killing plants. Accelerator. Fuse. Oh, hell yeah. 31 months. Thank you, Fuse. For fun. I gotta play all routes on that game. I want to see all of the content. One day. One day. How you doing, Fuse? We got some shout-outs to do. Shout-out Discordia Dystopia in hopes that she'll stream Nostalgia 64 again. Shout-out Fuse Deluxe. There's other folks in chat that I need to shout out, but... It was alright. It was alright. I played a bunch of Wastelands. I, got some walking in. No, it's the other way around, Discordia. I'm in this shirt because I'm the boss of you. Recently streamed Darwinian. The 240 broke the difficulty options. It was insanely easy. The book was basically like the pilots knew the invasion was happening, landed anyway because there were British operatives traveling on the plane to operating. That's not great. That's not a great thing to do to your passengers. Buy some herb. We got an iron helm. Ooh, we can almost get an iron plate. That'll be good. This is so weird. There is something really weird going on here, and I can't, like... It's really hard to explain it because you can't see it exactly on You can't see it on stream or like externally as easily. So when I talk to her and go to buy, it starts on the earth herb every time, right? If I scroll up, the leg guards are above the earth herb. If I scroll down, below the moonstone, the longsword, right, is here. But the moonstone and the longsword are the loop point of the list. But it starts you like at the like 3/4 part of the list on the earth herb every time you open it. It's really weird. Now he's gone. Since Silviera's... I missed a bunch of dialogue that she gives you. The situation here has been getting worse every day. Soon there will be nothing left here but the minions of evil. Does anyone have a script for this game? I'd like to read her other dialogue that I missed. Because she's also a shop. So, like, I was just like, I want to get to the shop. Skip, skip, skip. Oops. Discordia, by the way, that would have been a perfect opportunity for the well-received sarcastic okay emote. Ah! Hi, Lyle. You've grown since the last time. We already heard this one. Do not stay. All right, now let's talk to him again. Too predictable. You've grown. Yeah. Yeah, that one. Ed has been taking good care of your mother's tomb. He's a good man, Lyle. He knows more about that old cemetery than anyone. I think he even knows of a passage to the back of the cemetery. Perhaps he'll open it for you. Oh, that's good to know. Ed has been taking good care. Okay. We'll stay. Whoa! Just spinning around. Oh, we had a dream of a boat. We dreamed of a crashed boat. And we got full MP, full HP and MP. I should be taking notes. Fuck. Notes. Okay, notes. Notepad. If only I had some kind of notepad, but like a little bit better. Like 2 steps better. Let's see. Dream of a crashed boat. What else? The graveyard keeper knows of a passage he might open for me. Silviera's key in the castle? Just in stuff. 150G a night. What other hints did we get so far? Something from the, Silviera's key in the castle. We got the leather shield from the skeleton. Who is this? Jack Leininger. What do you got for me, Jack Leininger? Sorry, it was a devastating and terrible war. A lot of good men were lost. When the wall was finally complete, the invading evil creatures finally left. The price we paid was high. Survivors included but a handful of soldiers and Silviera himself, the most revered warrior and bravest commander to grace the battlefield. Major Silviera truly was a splendid warrior, as you can surmise from the stone statue over there. But even he was devastated by the war. Weary from months of fighting the endless barrage of evil, Broken by the loss of so many of his own men in the endless battles, Commander Silviera headed for the castle alone to try to avail his lost troops. We have no idea what happened to him. He just never came back. Kind of like that pie recipe. He was a brave soldier with a high sense of commitment and loyalty to his country. Okay, so Silviera is the hero statue. Silviera went to the castle, never came back. Pie recipe in the castle. Okay. I love this dude's like... Do you think that's cashmere? Gotta kill more shit. These guys 2 hits yet? Chop, chop, chop. Hi, it's Vince with Slapjack. It's locked. Sealed. Not just locked, but sealed. Can be opened only with a kiss from a rose. I mean, have you played a Cryo game? Cryo is not known for putting out, like, technical masterpieces. Crash Bandicoot moving his eyebrows at 60 frames per second. My favorite thing, okay, this is a really specific thing, but the way that, maybe it's only in Windows, the way that Discord does presentation flips, so like how often it updates its window, is based on your interaction with the window. And so animated emotes won't update at their animation rate. They'll update as often as you interact with the window. So if you have the browse emote on screen and you're typing, his eyebrows will move with the speed of your typing. It's really fucking funny. Like he's watching you type and he's like, yeah, that's a good one. Also, if you're moving the mouse around, it'll like, as you move over different elements, it'll run his eyebrows. It's really funny. I don't know why I find that so funny, but hey, I've got my special treat. Hey Mixie, how's it going? It's unlikely that animated emotes are the root cause of 100% CPU usage, unless it's a weird Linux thing. I don't know what caused the 100% CPU usage issue that I was having, but turning off animated emotes didn't help. Hello, Pavel Dimitra. It just mysteriously resolved itself one day and hasn't come back. Yeah, maybe that's it. It's Discord restarting itself like it's fucking Morrowind on the Xbox or something. Which, I hate that people were like, Did you know that Morrowind resets the Xbox? It's like, it's loading a different executable. Like, that's not... It's not what that means. Food is good. I wonder what games like this I've not yet played. The ordinary swords just won't do. Your sword would be best used against the grave pots. Tell me about the secret passage. These dead bodies were the victims of the evil creatures. Looks like they've been around for a while, eh? I have trouble keeping up sometimes. I need that crystal flask. I was unable to tie CPU usage to a specific type of content on Discord. I promised Commander Silviera that I would honor the dead, so I'm digging graves for all of them. Fallen men with families, what a shame. At least I can give them a decent burial. Remember Burial? The dubstep artist? I have not played Shadow Tower. That's an interesting one. I do get a few items from the dead bodies once in a while. They have no need for any of these items now. He just told you. I have a hobby of collecting the items that were excavated. Why don't you drop by sometime? Maybe I have something you could use. Volgard. Do you think if you put a vendor named Ea Nasir in a game and had a quest where you have to buy copper from one of the merchants and one of them is named that, do you think people would get it, or do you think they'd be mad and be like, why do I fail the quest if I buy from this one guy? What is this? Shadow Tower Abyss. Shadow Tower Abyss is like a... Oh, we get a guy. Okay. Can we outpace him? Can we go faster than... Hello. Hail Pennington. Wait, you've been here. Why am I saying hello again? Yeah, but you know me. Come on, Discordia. Okay, there's two ways we could go. Let's go this way first. Okay, we got a tree. Is this a one key door? Find out. Ooh. What are those? Iron gloves, hell yeah. Okay, this is a little weird. Gives you guns. You know, that reminds me though. Yeah, these fart cannons. That reminds me. I am looking forward to playing Fallout 3 and 4 when I get there. I'm starting with Wasteland though. Yeah. I feel like Starfield hit my like desired RPG FPS cross section. You know? It was like the right amount of speed and like stats. But yeah, games like this, like Morrowind, but like there's a handful of things that bother me about Starfield, but I think it's a great game that's like unfairly shit on by a lot of people. Okay, this is a one key door. That's good to know. Good to know that those exist. I plan on playing Wasteland 2. I'm probably gonna play Wasteland I'm gonna play Wasteland and Fallout as a single series. But not Fountain of Dreams or Escape from Hell. People wanted Starfield to be a combination of No Man's Sky and Mass Effect, and it was never... As far as I've seen, it was never really advertised as that. People just kind of made up a narrative where they wanted. Granted, I didn't, like, obsessively dig into every specific thing that was said about it. But, like, I watched the trailer and it was like, yeah, that looks like it's Elder Scrolls in space. Oh, this is tough. There's two of us. Okay. They're pretty good. The one thing that would make me hesitant to use it for an emote is it doesn't convey a specific emotion or there's no use case, right? Okay, it's Starfield is basically Elder Scrolls in space. It leans a little more heavily on the use case might be very specific. What's an emote you can't figure out the use case for? That thing just has no fucking chill. Hello, Noman. We're good. These guys do like 20-something damage. What is this emote? Fish market. Oh yeah. Okay, when something's fantastic, when something's cursed, when Twitch announces something unpopular, when it's more swag than the regular swag emote, when somebody does something really smart, or when you do something really smart, or sarcastically when somebody does something really dumb. What's this? Oh, crystal flask. Turd. Where was I? When you want to show somebody pissing on something, when you're making a joke about semen, and then when you want it, when an ad is playing, or when you want an ad to end sooner, stand up, raise your hands above your head, yell McDonald's, and it'll end sooner. Ooh, I'm missing a Silvier's key. Can I get another one? Never. You're always 100% serious, and that's what I like about you. Someone does something, then everyone gets punished. There's also... If you use this, this is a really good combination if something really cool happens. Like when I didn't fall in the well. Good use of that. That's also good. That's also good, Mixie. I unfortunately mostly get like kind of boring things. Boring, like gift stuff to channels with boring stuff. It's okay, Noman. You will return. Yeah, that's also good. What do I have? I had to, like, turn off all my renews. Because, like, I couldn't spend the extra money. Okay, I got it. I know. You can also use Swagmore for back away slowly. There's probably some shit in my emotes that I like haven't looked at in a while. Let's see. Those are all good. Yeah, use that. Yep. I don't use Nog It Off Twitch. I meant to replace that, but I haven't had something to replace it with. No, those are all good. I don't use Smug that often. I don't use What that often. I'm probably going to replace What with something else if I can find it. Wild Boys is really good, but Gripper is a like narrow use case emo, but that's tier 3, I think. Fantastic is just really funny to me. Personally, this one never gets any use, but I think that one's a high tier one. That one. These are the ones that, like, those are the, like, least used, most likely. Welcome back. Sorry about the ads. Okay, I have the thing for this. Okay, is this a...
Okay!
Is this a single key door? Hey, you know what? There it is. No, you jerk. Jerk. It's okay. Antidotes only cost 50 gold. And those guys give me no money. Discordia! Thank you. Thank you for gifting a sub to Noman. That's very kind of you. And your 20th gift sub in the channel.
Without further ado, a section of the world's shortest catchphrases.
And you get some catchphrases.
What a catchphrase. The only catchphrase worth the ride. Nah. Well yes, bumptious. I'm getting a beat on it. Ah, this sucks. Oh, let's move it along. That's more like it. For this I owe both life's bounties. You a bagpiping cheat, catty feline? Oh, my, the gooeyest pig on earth, like a ball man apes. You're a logical miracle, or sadistic homicide and then necrophilia. Why didn't you kill yourself first? You can say it in the ratty clothes store. I am in tune with my body's rhythms. Your
oh
boobs
my,
are chirpy.
the gooeyest
Hey,
pig on
why,
earth.
yes, I am speechless.
You a bagpiping cheat.
The shittiest spot in town. Yells.
Catty
sighs,
feline.
grunts, and maybe even some screaming. Oh.
Yells, sighs, groans, and maybe even some screaming. Yeah, let me grab it. In the neural zone. Catty feline. One in the middle. That's a good catchphrase. Oh. Oh. Found a secret village zone. What is this? Ed Edmund, whose parents hated him. What's this? Another Silviera's key. Good, good. Now let's grab, like, one of the posts of the bed. And use it as a lever in the fucking... This game reminds me a little bit of Shadowgate 64. It's the 50 gold. It's the grave of 50 gold. Tomb of the 50 gold soldier. Herbal liquid. Oh, this will get us out now, right? We got a fart cannon. Okay. Got it out. Yeah, you can see the sort of the line there between, like, the flasks and the flasks. Get ye flask. Use this here. Although I wouldn't say, I don't know how they work in this game. I know how they work in Kingsfield. Oh, this is a little dark. That's a skeleton. And like a weird ghost. Not super happy about weird ghosts. I don't like weird ghosts shooting skulls at me. Okay, but what if I just left? That's that thing. Spell is cast. Marilyn's son. Okay, what? The ghosts are still there. Can I use the thing? Spell is broken. Okay. Okay. There's still ghosts here. They're still cursing me. Okay, I can hit them. Just really hard to line it up. Makes you weaker. I think that one went up. That's cheating. It says it's temporary. I don't know what that means in terms of, like, yeah, they lead with their shots. Sometimes. Okay, he can hit, like, a lot. Ow, fucker. I like how those ghosts have decided to just go to fucking space. They heard our conversation about NASA earlier. Okay, we got the skeleton. Let's switch back to X-Selector. I think Bloodstone will remove Curse. Oh, for fuck's sake! Fuck off! Like, where did that fucking skull come from? What is this? Do I step on the burning pentagram? That's super annoying that, like, a fucking skull came up out of the floor to do some shit. We might get fire magic. Oh, most blessed of days, it is you. Alexander told us of your imminent arrival 10 years ago, so this has come to pass that you have grown into a man. These are fast. Hello, Chocolate Deluxe. My gift is of fire. Allow the powers of fire to burn the flame of courage deep in your heart, Prince Lyle. The ghosts are still, like, up on the fucking ceiling. I'm gonna use a second Bloodstone because I might not be able to use magic. Oh, we can equip Fireball here. Okay. Alright, cool. Cool. We need to use Fireball as often as possible, so we're gonna go try to kill these ghosts. I shouldn't have used that Bloodstone at that point. Wait for the magic to recharge. Okay, we got him. I didn't get cursed either. I don't think. Honestly, everything looks kind of yellow now, so I can't really tell. All right. I'm not going to agree when you phrase it like that. Not ahead of time, anyway. What's up? The billboard sprites? Like what? They're just a single... They're a single... Well, not a quad, but like they're two tries that always face the... That always face the camera. That's it. It's simple as. Right? Because it would be harder to make them behave like it would be harder to make them behave like regular sprites in, I don't know, say Doom do, than it would to just use a 3D object in this engine at least. You just can't get close enough to them to really trigger that. They did a pretty good job of cutting down, of splitting up stuff into subsurfaces by this point. So it's not as big a deal in this game as it is in other ones. They use like LOD. I believe they use LOD stuff to make it... Did I get that? To make it less of an issue. Right, you never see them in a context where affine texture mapping would fuck with them that much. No, I don't believe any of the... Oh, he's digging something else. He's moved. This is an update. What have you got to say? I hear you're planning to go to the castle. In that case, I suggest you stop at your mother's tomb and pray for your soul's safe passage. Going to that castle is suicide. Charges 60 for earth herbs. That's interesting. Different merchants have different prices. I've heard of your works in this miserable beast-infested kingdom. Yeah, people like you come along occasionally peddling hope for a better future. I hope you can bring peace to this place. I have to know something. Damn it. Damn it. I was hoping he would buy the earth herb for slightly more and we could start doing trading runs between the two merchants. Like this was Elite Dangerous or something. Maybe you can manage to stay alive long enough to do some good. That's been the problem with the others. Either disappear or die. Please be careful. Don't get yourself killed too. I've dug hundreds of graves. I don't want to have to dig one for you. I hope I don't have to dig one for Commander Silviera either. Forgot to take the Silviera's key from the other place. Here's some free advice from a guy who's been around. If you don't have one already, get hold of a silver ring. There are many creatures that here that carry poison, so if you want to stay alive, you'll wear a silver ring. Ooh, does a silver ring protect against poison? That would be good. Either that, or get used to carrying tons of the antidote plant with you. My collections are all very expensive, but if you see anything you like, bring it over here. I'll make you a deal. The very best items usually find their way to my collection. Oh, we got, I think we got, Wisdom 2. Wisdom level 2. We can go talk to the woman, tell her that we freed her son. Thanks to you, my son has finally been set free. Here, take this map. I don't need it anymore now that he's safe. I'll pray for your safety, Lyle, and your victory, too. Get the map. I have a friend named James Seward McCain V, who is waiting for Commander Silviera to return. If you ever happen to see him, please tell him that my son has finished his task. I'd like to return to my house. I had a beautiful view of the ocean from there. It was just magnificent. About the time that the king suddenly changed and the demons began to appear, my hometown was covered with a deep snow. The beach began to drop and shift, and an ugly cliff replaced our beautiful beach. I was operating an inn at that time. Many people used to come visit there. The scenery was gorgeous. We were all so very proud of our beautiful country. On a clear day, you could see the island of Melanat. You couldn't describe the beauty with words. Since that day, the sky has been nothing but dark, gray, and gloomy. I wish the beauty would return. I used to play on the beach as a child. I'd find things floating in the water from far-off lands. It was like a dream. I'm sorry to bore you with an old woman's memories, but I feel like you're part of my family. Please come again soon. Take care of yourself. Thank you for the map. We are going to equip the map. Can we not? We cannot. The map. Look at this. We've got the map. Christ Relugo Casson. Dope. Locked. Okay. This is a fine place to save the game. Keep that up. And I think I am going to wrap up. This is a good stream length. 4.5 hours. We'll be playing this again tomorrow. Make sure that it saves to the memory card. Good. Good. Flip. All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for all the support. Thank you for sticking around and watching the big raids, gift subs, and bits and stuff. Very much appreciated. Thank you for having a great time, too. I'm having a really fun time with the game. I hadn't played it, this deep, before, but, It's good. It's good. I got stuck in that first area not finding the first save point. I kind of remember that now. Like, this is mineral water. It's a sparkling mineral water. Gerolsteiner. Apparently Germans think it's super low quality, but I like it. Thank you, Discordia, for gift sub to Noman. Yeah, that was fun chats. Fun chats. We're going to raid Dot Level, who's doing no-hit Castlevania 3. No-hit Castlevania 3. I think Dot Level's a big Kingsfield fan. Big Dark Souls fan, at least. So, anyway, take care, everybody. Have a good evening. I'll see you tomorrow. Hope you have a wonderful night. Good night, everybody.